Hello, hello. Alright, let's start. Hello, Penguin. Okay, we have a lot of things to do today. I made this to-do markdown, and I kind of wanted to section off some of the things that I thought I would get to, but basically for weapons, I'm just gonna start with two. Well, basically what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get like a vertical slice or whatever it's called, like a one slice of everything, like, you know, enemies, the body mods and the weapon mods, like everything in like one slice of everything. So, and then we can build from that. Like we have implemented, you know, the inventory merging into upper tiers and all that. But what we don't have is the things that I've written down here. So for example, we have the shield, we need the graphics for that, data for, like, you know, how good the shield is gonna be in the different tiers and stuff, functionality to get the shield actually working as well, the scattershot weapon. Now for the machine gun is mostly done. I want to make like different projectiles, and I want to make, well, the different tiers, like how good they are. Okay, and then for weapon mods, I'm basically gonna have only these two here. So we have damage and rate of fire. Now damage is mostly done. It just needs to be kind of balanced, I guess. I'm not gonna focus too much on balance, but I just wanna kind of tick this off to say that, hey, I've done some pass on how good it should be. The rate of fire, we need to make graphics, and same there, like how good it should be and the functionality for that. This should be pretty simple to do, actually. And then we got the enemies. Now I haven't really updated this. I made this to-do document, and then I started to like change it because I realized that, hey, well, I should focus on like a one MVP version first, which has like everything in it, or one slice in it, I mean, like everything in every system. And for example, the randomized enemies. So I've been thinking about this, like what I want to have is essentially, it's kind of what this says here, randomized enemies. And maybe we'll get to this, like a point system to determine like what kind of enemies are spawned, determined on based on like what is the current difficulty. So let's say you're at the first stage, you get the easy monsters, like then you get a low point to basically the points are to distribute to the enemy to kind of determine like what kind of tier weapon they should have and stuff like that. So that's the idea there, to kind of just make that generalize the level of an enemy or something like that. And then once you progress the next level, then the points that you can distribute on the enemies. But this is not for the player. This is for like how the system works. So the system will be able to have more points to put into the enemy. So basically just the enemy difficulty will increase as the level, as you progress through the levels, or to the next level. So, or even through the level, I guess, as well. That could also be a thing. So yeah, essentially, the further you get in the game, the more difficult it will be. Okay, and this is just a way to kind of generalize that concept and put that into something that we can just randomize fully here. And randomized tiers 0, 1 items. What I'm thinking here is like, I'm just not gonna think about the tier. I'm actually just gonna say that the enemies are gonna receive some kind of some kind of debuff, because otherwise they would be too difficult, I think. So we're gonna have a debuff weapon mod that is gonna get merged onto every weapon, merged with every weapon of enemies, and it's gonna be like rate of fire minus, I don't know, 50% or something like that. Okay. different body types with different number of slabs. Here I'm thinking like I'm gonna make like 3 different sizes or something like that. So, or even 2 to start with, just to have some variance, and we'll add maybe more later. So I'll have like, you know, a small type enemy and a large type enemy, I guess. And the small one would have like maybe 1 or 2 slots. The large one would maybe have like 3 or 4 slots. And so they will be able to have more like abilities, you know, depending on which items they get generated as. And then we have like different AI types. So for this one, essentially this is just, you know, not really an AI, it just goes straight. Follow player is some kind of AI. This is a more advanced one. And then follow a path. I'm not sure if we're gonna get to some of these. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just have these 2. And I'm gonna move to nice to haves here if we can get to it. I'm gonna move that over there. All right. Yeah. But yeah, I'm thinking about the enemies a little bit more because that was a little bit like hazy to me, how that should be. And then we got the boss. I think I want to move the boss to nice to have because I'm not sure if we're gonna get to that. Hopefully that will probably be on the top priority if we have time over. I just want to make sure to get something that is like, you know, fully implemented. And then of course we have stuff missing here. We have the music and we have the sound effects. Now I think I should probably, like, I had an idea of like maybe we should have something with thruster, but I think I'm just gonna remove that. So we'll have like, and for the music I'm just gonna download something that is like royalty free or something like that. Okay, and then sound effects I'm just gonna generate with the program that I have there. And then I think the last thing is like, I guess, an ending screen. If you kind of quote unquote win, or I'm not even sure if there's gonna be an ending screen, to be honest, like, or if it's just gonna continue. Like, let's say maybe we'll allow, well, actually it would be nice to have an ending screen because it's like we can limit the game to have like 3 stages. Let's say if you complete all the stages, you go to the end. So something like that. After 3 stages, you win. Okay. And after that, it's just a menu. I just wanna, you know, go over the UI there to make sure it doesn't look bad. UI design. But yeah, there's really nothing going on much in the menu, but just to, because right now there's like there's a bug that makes it look weird when you set the volume here. So basically that's the only thing we have, like a settings to set the volume. Maybe we'll have as control scheme picture or something, I don't know. But anyway, we have some stuff to get to. So I think what I want to do, so basically the slice that we have now is we have weapons, we have body mods, we have weapon mods. We just haven't like fully implemented, but we have the kind of the basics for that. For the enemies, we don't have the basics. So I want to focus on the enemy system. So once we have that in place, I'm gonna feel much more confident about what we can, you know, how much we can make it here. So with all that said, that's the plan. It's kind of warm today. Let's do that. So I'm thinking just for the enemies, I'm going to just make some I'm gonna go from this type of design, which I had in mind first, and go more for this here, where we have just a picture of a spaceship, and that's gonna be the thing that goes around, and then there's gonna be like anchor points for the different mods, right? So so yeah, so let's see. Yeah, so let's just make some kind of I just want the size comparison here. Let's make, maybe we can make a size so 31 by 27. Let's make it like maybe like this or something. This could be the smaller enemy perhaps, and I'm just gonna make something here. All right, something like this. I don't know. And then they're gonna have like, so the good ship, the player ship has blue thrusters. The evil ships are gonna have evil red. And red yeah. Okay. Cool. So that is this, I think, the small enemy maybe. And I will have the large one. I could probably change the color here, maybe a little bit purple. Okay. Okay, so then the large one. It's gonna be maybe a little bit wider. Wait. Not sure where the midpoint is here, but let's take. Yeah, it should be fine. All right. Maybe change the hue a little bit. Okay. Yo, cool guy. What's up? What's up? Okay. There we go. Yeah, that should be good enough. All right. Let's. Yeah, and then there's gonna be like I have to determine like okay, what would be the mounting points and stuff for that. All right, see ya, Penguin. Thanks for stopping by. Okay. Yeah. So there we go. And for the enemy kind of data, I think I wanna do the thing here. So we'll have like a body type. This will be kind of the same idea with that the player has. So we'll have like, I'm gonna call this small and large. Large. And the body type will determine the, actually let's just call it body. The number of slots. So I mean, I'm gonna copy this. Maybe we'll just do that. Body type. Yeah, okay. Let's do body. It's gonna be body. And the body type is here. And then we have a slots here. Oh. Sure, let's just change that. And then body is gonna be in it. Okay, now we actually need an allocator here. And we're not gonna go away from the tier system, so I'm actually gonna remove that. So yeah. Whoops. And we'll put body type here instead. Too early today? Nothing much, playing a game. What game are you playing? Yeah, I had a lot more time today to work on the game, so I wanted to get done with stuff early. Also, I saw that there's actually like the time left is actually like 1 hour and 8 hours, or sorry, 1 day and 8 hours. So I think I might have time tomorrow as well. It depends on how much time I can get away with here, but yeah. Let's see. Yeah, so this will be a try. Yeah. What game are you playing, cool guy? Yeah, and this should all be kind of the same thing. But here we need to change this. Sprite for small is gonna be this. So 201, 123. 26 by 19. Brawl Stars. Okay. Which one was that? Is that the one with the cards and the kind of auto battle? $195, $148. 38 by 26. There we go. Modification sprite we don't have, so I can remove that. Offset. I'm gonna just keep this the same. We'll can't really figure that out right now. There we go. Alright, so we have the body now and the slots. So let's see. So we have a way to get the body types. So this is done basically. Different AI types, right? That was another thing. Okay, so AI. Essentially, this is gonna be kind of the same as idea here. We have like an AI. Yeah, AI is a, well, maybe it's a struct. I don't know. Let's do like AI type. And this might be. Let's just make an enum here. It doesn't matter. Like they could almost merge enums and union enums into one, like only have enums and if you add, if you have like a thing with a type, then this would become a union enum essentially. So you don't have to. The thing about union enum is that I guess what the one thing that you can do is you can actually provide an enum into here. So you can provide, like, let's say we have AI type tag is an enum, and that's, we're gonna have like, I don't know, basic and follow player, and then you can actually pass this in here if you want, and then this will make sure that this always has the same enum as this. Anyway, whatever, stop rambling and just make things here. So okay, so we have basic, which is just a straight line. I guess we can call this straight line, or follow player. Those two are the ones that I want to have to start with. Actually, even follow player, I'll make Supercell game. Yeah, no, I know, but there are multiple. There are a lot of those. So I was wondering like which one it was. I know it's a Supercell game, because you know they ran like a huge marketing campaign. I don't get as many ads from them nowadays, but I used to get like only ads from them like several years ago. Okay, so yeah, so that's the thing there. And AI, we can also pass in here, I guess. Actually, let's just pass AI type. So now AI is going to be init. AI type, except we don't have an init function. Why is the LSP not working? AI type. All right. There we go. So now we have the basics for that. Now the AI type is gonna have probably, yeah, some kind of update function or something that we call from here, or yeah, it's probably gonna have like an update function, like update and we get game as well, and this is just gonna return switch self inline else update. So we're gonna delegate that like this. Well, we don't need to return actually, because we're not returning anything. Okay, so then each type is gonna have to implement the thing. Actually, yeah, but then they need a type though. Then they need, this needs to be a union enum actually. And you need to be a straight line AI. And this one just, it doesn't really have anything. It just has, I mean, it's just gonna be, we're setting the velocity. The update function will just say, it doesn't actually do anything. So there we go. It's done. Okay. Now, right, we have changed how this works here, so I have to fix this. Right. Right. So yeah, enemy definition. I guess this is the question, like, because initially I made this whole system where I could define waves very deterministically. Now it's more like I would just want to randomize the waves, but how is that gonna happen? Like, I need to figure that out. Maybe we'll generate enemy definitions, probably. So we'll make sure that this is gonna be able to create an enemy. Hello, Phil. What's up? So I'm gonna add a body type. And that is going to have... I mean, we could even just add a body, essentially, or make it simple and just say body type. Because body would include slots. Yeah, let's just have body here. So this would be enemy body. And then we don't have a weapon, we don't have a tier. What we have is and then we have AI as well. And that is basically all we need here. Yeah. So we don't have n tiers, we don't have a tier here, we have a body. And AI. I'm not chilling around working on a project. What kind of project are you working on? Body, and AI. Actually, it's so warm in here. I need to go and get my fan in here. BRB. Working on a primary production model in the Arctic. What? Basically using remote sensing data to know how grow phytoplankton in the ocean. What the hell? That's cool that's really cool. Are you a scientist or something? Are you actually in the Arctic, or are you just building the thing that they would use? When you say Arctic, primary production model. What does that mean? Modeling in oceanography. I'm a modeler researcher. Oh wow. Cool. Are you watching me? Yeah, okay. Nice. Man, I always wanted to get into Like if I didn't get land or work in like web dev, well, obviously I want to work in game dev, but I would maybe try to kind of be like a programming language researcher or something like that. That would be kind of cool. In water, you have small organism like microscopic plant we call phytoplankton. They need like normal plant light to grow. Right. Yeah. Is that the same thing that like whales eat or something like that? I've always heard like, whales eat plankton. Like we just call it plankton here. Is that the same thing? Or is that like something else? You're using a satellite to get the data? We can observe water from space based on the amount of light reaching the ocean surface. We can model how fast they grow. Oh, cool. Is there a reason why they are, interesting? Like, is there like, something to do with like CO2 or something else? Or just, I guess they are food as well, maybe. Okay, so the tint, actually we won't have a tint because that whole concept is gone. Merge, we don't actually have a merge either. Health is actually interesting. I think this is gonna be depending on the body type. So, yeah, something like this. What games do you play? I play. I like all kinds of games, but right now, actually, I'm not really playing much right now. I think the most recent games I played was like Warcraft 3, like custom TDs, tower defense maps, and Hearthstone Battlegrounds. I used to play Rocket League a lot, but yeah, maybe I should start playing Rocket League again. Because that's such a quick... Actually, like in contrast, it's like a quick fix. When I was younger, I used to play CS. A lot. World of Warcraft. But I don't like World of Warcraft now because it's just a grind fest, as far as I'm concerned. Although I haven't played recently, but yeah, it's not really my cup of tea. Yeah, I mean, all kinds of games. Mostly maybe single player games, probably. Actually. Even though all games, as currently stated, are all multiplayer, but yeah. Because the Arctic north of the planet... I also have a Switch, so I play like, Zelda, Mario... I basically had all Nintendo consoles at some point, except for 8-bit, because we had Sega instead, the Sega Master System. In the Arctic, north of the planet, there is sea ice covering the ocean most of the year, so the light from the sun cannot reach the water, and there's very low primary production. But with global warming, sea ice is less thick and light starts to reach the water, so we study influence of the... Ah, interesting. So maybe it balances out. No, I don't know. Like the CO2 consumption versus global warming. I don't know. Yeah, I have Switch. I have a Switch. I have a Wii U and a Wii and a 3DS, Game Boy. And we had a Game Boy Advance, I think, and DS, and Nintendo 64, GameCube, Super Nintendo, PlayStation. Didn't have a PlayStation 2. We went to Nintendo all the way after PlayStation. And I've had Sega Master System, Sega Mega Drive, or Sega Genesis, as it's called in other places. We had an Atari ST 1040. Yeah, so we have a whole bunch of games. Phytoplankton use a lot of CO2. Okay, good. So they're good at decreasing CO2 in the air. Nice. I play only mobile games. Okay, cool guy. Have you ever played a console game or, you know, on the computer? Oh yeah, we need to have a dot here. Also, Phil, what kind of tools are you using? Any kind of software for your models? I'm guessing, like a programming language. What do you use for that? You make the software? Nice. And what programming language are you using? Like C? R? Okay, R is like the statistics one. I've never tried it because, you know, it's not my area. And Rust? Okay. How is R to work with, by the way? Like, because it's been around for a while. No field named here in the thing. Yes, because the thing is the thing, yeah. Velocity. I'm just gonna do like body type here. We're just gonna translate small and large to this. Oh yeah, shards dropped. This is weird. Like, why is this over here actually? We probably want to actually base that on the enemy or have some kind of calculation. So I probably just have a function here instead. Shards dropped. I have to recalculate this, but yeah. So basically it's just gonna be self body shards dropped plus self AI. No, not AI. No, it's just body shards dropped, yeah. Pretty good for statistical analysis and also spatial modeling. A lot of good tools. Started to learn Julia too. Okay. Cool. Cool guy. Played old games like COD Modern Warfare 2 and kind of games with Pansy process. Oh yeah, I mean, of course, yeah. We also had like a PC. I mean, I've had a PC since like a desktop computer since the 90s. So we played like Doom and Quake 2, Quake 3, CS, Unreal Tournament, bunch of other games. Okay. Those were the days. Okay, so here we have like body type. So I guess, yeah, here we'll return body type, shorts dropped, plus the slots. So we have to kind of sum that up. So for cell slots, we got a slot. If slot, we got an item shorts dropped. Yeah. Actually, yeah. And then sum plus equals that. And then return the sum. Cool. Now we need body type, shorts dropped as well. I'm gonna put it over here. Why not? Return switch cell. Small. What was it? 4 and 20. All right. Okay. So there we go. So now that's all done. We need the item as well. So item needs a shorts dropped function. And I think I'm just gonna say self tier, and since it starts on 0, I need to add 1 times 10 or something, or maybe 15 or 20. Okay. So we're not gonna make a distinction if what type of item it is, how many modifications it has, and stuff like that. It's just gonna have that there. Okay. There we go. Now we can remove you. Merge weapon we can remove. No weapon. Yeah, let's just remove that. All right. We're not gonna do that. And okay. Spawn shorts. We don't actually need the enemy definition. We can just say enemy shortstop now. And what LSP plugin are you using, Blink? Well, there's not really a plugin in NeoVim for LSP. it just it has like built-in LSP support, and then you have to just configure you know, where the LSP binary is and options and stuff like that. And then just say that if we're in a zig file, then use this LSP, essentially. But then I have like, you know, then you can connect to things like the diagnostics, for example. The diagnostics is also like a, you know, a built-in thing in Vim or NeoVim, where I can, you know, I have a plugin called Telescope, which is this plugin here, which is kind of a way to display a bunch of options. You can filter on them, and you know, it's very generic because the things that pop up here is very it's determined on a bunch of on like a picker function and stuff like that. So you can kind of configure this to pick from any source of things. I mean, I can if I open up this telescope pickers, this is all the pickers that we have. So like you can search for auto commands, buffers, commands, history, files, Git stuff. This is all like, a lot of this is just built-in stuff. But so I'm using kind of like Telescope combined with just a built-in LSP. Cool. I use Snacks for that. Oh, Snacks. I never heard of that. Is that like Telescope or what is it used for? Cool guy. I wish I had started code when I got my first computer, but I played games downloading from Browser Center and playing the whole day. I mean, me too, man. I mean, me too. I just had the fortunate thing where I didn't even know, you know, it hadn't really entered my mind that you could even make games. I mean, it sounds weird because, you know, it's like, I mean, it's like if you're a kid and you're watching a movie, you're not thinking about, oh, how did they make this movie, right? You're just watching the movie. The same thing with playing a game. It's like, you don't think like, how did they make the game? You're just thinking, you're just playing the game and having fun. And so for me, it was just that my brother had a friend and they had like a team that made like indie games back then. Didn't really go anywhere, but it made me kind of, I thought that the game they made was pretty fun, and we played it a lot, and I was just like, okay. I think my brother actually told me like, yeah, he's a programmer, so I can get you the code. And I was like just looking at the C++ code, I think it was, in Notepad. And that was like a revelation for me. It's like, oh, I can make a game with this. And then I started to kind of learn that. And the rest is history. So yeah, I mean, yeah, I think I was pretty lucky to have that revelation back then, because I also then knew that, okay, this is what I want to do in my life. As a multi-picker, and a multi-picker for NeoVim. Okay. Right. So now it's like, okay, shoot weapon. We don't get the weapon from here anymore. We get the weapon from the enemy. We have to kind of loop through. Actually, you know what? We could just do the same as the player here. We have a shoot function somewhere. I think, yeah. And this shoot function, wait, or this is not used anymore, I think. Wait, is it used? No, I think the whole player weapon is actually not used, so I'm gonna actually delete that. It's the item, right? It's the item. The item has a shoot. Yes, here we go. So actually, we just need to grab all the items in the inventory and like shoot them. Oh yeah, because yeah, we have update weapon here. Oh, weapon iterator. Right, yeah, now I remember. So let's just copy this. Put it in the enemy component somewhere. And change out everything that is player to enemy. And player should be enemy. Wait, what's this? Oh, right. Imagine coming from age 12. Yeah, about that age. Maybe a little bit earlier, like 10, 11, something. Like when I started with C++. Because before that, I also started with like basic on like a calculator. Like a very primitive calculator. So, I don't know. Yeah. I started at 9. Okay, cool. Way to go, Armchair General. How did you stumble into programming? Because back then, like nowadays, people like they're trying to get programming into the general school system, I think. So it's gonna be like or if they already have it, I don't know. It's going to be like one of the core what's it called? Subjects, like math. You know, math and programming is gonna be like the same tier or something. Something like that anyway. So that's pretty cool. I think it's pretty late for that actually. I mean, I think we would have benefited to do that earlier. I think. I got rejected from art school. My mom took me to an IT school at age 9. I just went to a general normal school. I don't know. Yes, now we have that. Update merges. We don't actually need this, so I'm gonna remove this whole thing. Merge, we don't actually do a merge. There we go. Update weapons. Yeah, so update weapons. This is no longer a thing. So I'm gonna do this. And instead, we're gonna do the same thing as we're doing in here. We are gonna get the enemy component. No, that's not the enemy component. Update weapons. Oh, we need to actually iterate through all the enemies, right? So it's the iterator, and while iterator next context, and now get the enemy component is context get enemy, and now we say, now we get the weapon iterator, which is going to be enemy weapon iterator, and then we go through that one. Come on. There we go. And then we do update weapon game. Oh, we need it. Oh, yeah. So this is the entry. Entry item, entry slot index, and context and enemy component. Okay. Yeah, they didn't accept kids my age, but they made an exception for me because I'm good at selling myself. What? Like at age 9, I can't actually get that through my head. Like, are you like a child prodigy or something? Hello, Angry Maid. Welcome, welcome. Okay, let's get through this. Undeclared identifier. Yeah. So we need that as well. Component. I don't know, I got to sit down with a guy and talked about some stuff, and the guy was like, okay, we'll accept you. Okay. So you did, okay. So you didn't go to like a public school then? Like what kind of school was it? I mean, we have like other types of school here as well, I guess. But it's not as common. Like everybody usually goes to like a public school. With no, like, there's no, special subject that is considered, or every public school is basically this, like, you have the same. I mean, the teachers can, they have to, adhere to some kind of curriculum or whatever it's called. But there's no, like, some schools have, more art than others or something like that. I think it's just the same everywhere. I did go to public school, but the IT school was extracurricular. Okay. Cool. I mean, I think we had one school that if you went to it, everyone was speaking English in class. So that it was like, because otherwise you would speak our native language, of course, but it was like a special class where everyone spoke English instead. I need to move to NeoVim, Vim fully. Do it. So far, I've just been rocking Vim plugins, was using basic motions. I mean, there's so much to learn when it comes to Vim, NeoVim. And I haven't really even grasped, like, or scratched the surface on, what things you can do with it. But I kind of feel like I've reached a point where I feel I'm you know, more productive than I was before. I don't really focus on, but sometimes I do like a session where I like, oh, let's try to learn new Vim stuff. And but the thing is, like, yeah, you can learn a new technique or something, but then you also have to incorporate it into your current like way of working as well. So that's the thing as well. It's like, yeah, this is cool, but am I really gonna use this? Like, in my, like, you know, how can I work this in to my current thing? Like on the weekends. Oh, okay, so you only went to the IT stuff on the weekends. Oh, I see, I see. Okay, so it's more like a normal school, except it had like some extra stuff that's specific to IT. I see. Cool. I mean, I'm still like at that age. I'm surprised because at that age you're so young. It's like you still need to learn the basic stuff. I guess you do that as well. Okay, what are we doing here? Update weapon. You are done, except the type is wrong here. You need to be enemy. Okay, so we're down to this place, which is spawned by enemy definition. And we initialize the enemy. We need a body. Actually, so I guess actually we could change you out to a body actually. And then we actually don't need the allocator, and you are not an error. Sure, why not? And wait, what do you need? You need AI as well. Now let's do AI type. I love my use of emotions, everything I can. Yeah, it's amazing. It's really, really cool. There's no, like, there is no contest when it comes to that stuff. I mean, yeah. It's just a philosophy. To me, it really fits my, like, idea of how an editor should be. You know, you could like think about certain like specific decisions on some of the things, but you know, in the end, the kind of utility that you get from this type of stuff is really, really nice. And it's like also sometimes simple to like make your own, you know, extension. It's essentially you're making your own, you know, commands as you go, and the macro stuff as well. I mean, other editors have to kind of implement sort of similar techniques, but they're very specific for like just one thing. Whereas here is like you have a bunch of different components that can like combine and make your own command, which is really cool. No field name. Yes, that's true. So we simply don't do this here. Cool. Great. Now I'm surprised there are not more errors, because this whole thing Actually, okay, I understand why there's no errors, because this isn't even used now. So this isn't even compiled here. Yeah, because this doesn't exist. You're not a thing. So what we probably need to do is we need to have like a function that creates the small body, which is gonna be, we need an allocator, and this gives us a body, and we simply return init allocator body type. Okay, I'm just gonna call like create body here actually, and then we can just say body type here. It's like there's a threshold to learn Vim, and then there's a threshold to learn Vim and then get productive in Vim. Like just to open Vim and learn, the basics on how to actually type stuff in is not that difficult. That takes you like 1 minute or 5 minutes. Like just installing, opening it up, learning how to type stuff in so you can type, you can just enter insert mode, learning about like now you're in normal mode. To enter text you have to enter insert mode, so then you can do that, and then you press escape to go back to normal mode, and then you type to save. You have to type a command like colon W to save, and then colon Q to quit, and that's it. Then you basically learn to use Vim, right? But then, to get productive in it, to actually use the utilities and everything, the commands and stuff, that's a bit of a threshold. And the thing about that is like, yeah, it's like it's not a threshold though. It's more like you're learning one technique, and then you can keep on learning more and more techniques, and you're incorporating into your daily workflow, and you just keep doing that essentially. And that's gonna probably continue your entire life, depending on how much you actually want to nerd down into Vim stuff. But yeah, I mean, I've been using Vim for a long time, and I think I feel like I barely scratched the surface. Like I haven't really gone in and read the whole manual. I just don't like to do those kinds of things. So I don't want to go in and read the whole thing. I just want to learn one thing and try to incorporate it into my workflow, because otherwise it's going to be too overwhelming, and I'm not gonna actually incorporate anything. I want to take like one useful thing and start to use that essentially. And here we can say, probably we could say like instead of, yeah, we could have init. We can also have like the AI type in it. So we can have like init straight line. Nah. Let's just have like init. And then the body is gonna be like create body. But now we need an allocator, so this doesn't even work. I can't even do this anymore, actually. Unless we create a system for creating weapons as well from... Yeah... Someone just learns the basic motions that will 10 more productive in basics are enough. Yeah, I mean they're probably enough. Yeah, they're enough to, you know, make you probably like at least as productive probably as like once you've gotten used to it, as productive as you can, as you are in the, as you've been in other IDs or editors. But I would say like why stop there? Like keep going, learn more things, learn how to make your own plugins. So you can kind of the whole idea about also the configuration is like you can make it like don't just use you know, some kind of, you know, lazy configuration or NV chat or whatever it's called. Learn how to kind of configure as well. Like that would be like maybe the next step, and that you have the potential to kind of make the make the editor as you want it to be. You know, you don't have to do it just like everybody else. You have the choice to make it however you want it to be. And of course there's good plugins that do a lot of useful stuff, but that's also like one of the things with NeoVim, where it's like the configuration is much more easily, you know, changed, I would say. Like making a plugin or just adding a script to do something, like adding a command, is so much simpler than, for example, in VS Code. Okay, I'm not sure what to do with these stages. I think I'm just gonna I'm gonna try and like just randomly generate enemies. Maybe like changing the system a little bit. Randomly generate like, because really it doesn't really make sense if I want to use the point system to kind of determine the type of enemy right here. Instead, it's like maybe we'll define different types of waves, and those waves will then get randomly selected or something like that. Conversions, one of the best parts about Vim, you're basically making your own editor tailored to your needs specifically. Yeah, exactly. That's like one of the major pros of Vim. So it's like that. So then it kind of makes me feel like I don't really understand people who say, in that sense, I don't understand when people say like, yeah, I want to get into Vim, but I don't want to kind of have to make my own config. But then it's like, but that's like one of the reasons to have Vim though. It's like you can make your, like you can set it up exactly how you want it to be. I mean, sure, the con is you have to learn, like if you haven't learned Lua, you have to learn Lua if you're using NeoVim. You have to learn Vim script if you use Vim. Yeah, so there's a threshold to that, which I understand, and maybe people just sometimes they just want to get into the thick of it to reap the rewards as soon as they open the program. They could download a pre-configuration and just start using it directly, and I get that as well, because you know you just want to get going, you know, to start using it. Otherwise maybe you won't use it at all. But yeah, so I get like both ideas there. Anyway, let's see if we can fix this here. So how do we do with the stages then? We'll probably just scrap our old thing here, unless we can generate them on the fly somehow. Like we have, like the stage has a bunch of waves, so we could just generate the stage like directly. So what do we need for that? We need to be able to generate waves. Okay. what we need to generate waves, we need to be able to generate a position where the wave is like the general position. We have number of spawns, interval. We need to be able to generate spawn definition, which is either a single enemy or a group. And the group is just a number of enemies. So essentially if we have, well, and it also has like position and velocity, I guess. But this could be pre-configured though. We could have like a pre-configured set of things here that we can use to randomize, like just pick a random one. And the enemy definition would have to be generated then as well. The enemy definition needs a body. Random body essentially is just a random body type, and including the items as well. And this is where the point system would probably would be. So it's like the AI type's probably not part of the point system. The body would be, so if you have a small body, maybe that takes, you know, some amount of point, like a small number of points. The large body takes more points away, and then with whatever points we have left, we're gonna fill the slots with random items, and they're also gonna take points away. When the points are done, like you don't have points left on this enemy, then it's gonna be done there. So we need some kind of way to determine the value of each thing. Maybe it's gonna be like shards dropped. I mean, we already have that. We can just pick, like, we can just take like, okay, well, we have like a enemy with X value, like let's say 50 shards value enemy. That's gonna be like a large enemy with full weaponry on it. Something like that, because the large one is worth like 20, and then each weapon is like from 20 to 60 or something like that. Well, actually, then it's gonna be like one large enemy with a tier 1 weapon, or a one large enemy with, or one small enemy with like 2 tier 1 weapons, or 1 tier 2 weapon, or something like that. That's why I love Arch too. It's your own, no one else has. Always, like you were saying with Vim. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I mean, for me, it's like, I don't know. I'm using Windows, so I don't really, I don't know. For me, it's like I don't really have a super good incentive to kind of modify my OS. I don't know. I just want to run my programs. I'm not really that into like rising and stuff like that. The editor is what I'm using to develop. I'm using this for work as well. Like this environment I'm using for work as well. So yeah, so we need a way to randomly select a body type and slots. So maybe we could add like init random and then produce and then we have the value of the thing we need to get here. And so this would be like body init, and the body type would be like it's gonna be random. I'm not sure how biased it's gonna be. Like, I'm just gonna say like the body type. We also need to calculate. So actually, let's do it like this. Candidates is gonna be body type. It's gonna be tags of body type. And you have shorts dropped. So yeah, so we'll pick an index. This is body type candidates. Women aren't choosing to do anything but make actual projects. And then Windows on my main gaming PC too, just like that. Art can be one lightweight as one, right? Yeah. How about you are good enough to make it stable yourself? I don't know. Yeah. I installed Arch at one point, but nowadays I don't want to have to set up a dual boot system. I just use I need Windows, so it's like I just use Windows as my host, and then all development I'm doing in WSL. And I don't really need anything special here. It's just, I don't know, I just have Ubuntu and it works for me. So it's like, how long is this game jam? It's until tomorrow. It's like, hang on, I have the site here. 1 day and 6 hours, 6.5 hours left. 1 day and 6.5 hours. You will be, well, now we need game here as well, so we can actually do that. So random, and we're gonna do uint less than candidates length, and then the body type is going to be equal to body type candidates body type index. There we go. Cool, that's our body type, and the allocator we can grab from here, and you can actually, no, we actually need to also figure out the what's it called? Yeah, the items as well. But in the end, we're gonna return this body here. Okay. But the thing is that this body type might not actually be like, so like these candidates might be too expensive for our value, like they might exceed our value. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make this a var, because I'm gonna say that these should be, I mean, we could sort them, I guess. Sort body type items gonna be body type candidates. Context is nothing less than is gonna be this is gonna be like body type lowest shorts dropped, or lowest value. Okay, so we're sorting the candidates. I think it's ascending. Well, I think it's ascending anyway. It doesn't say here, but let's see. Yeah, so let's make this function here. Lowest value. And this one is gonna be, first we have the context, which we don't care. And then we're gonna have the, well, this is the left-hand side, so A and B and a bool. Return A short stropped is less than B short stropped. And this is, we don't care. Wait, you are. Wait, we get an array back. So I think we need to do that. You are not used. Okay, so the reason why I want to sort it is to make sure that now we can grab out whatever candidates we need to have. So these are like all candidates. I guess I can say all candidates. And I want to have the filtered candidates. And that's the one we're gonna actually use. So the filtered candidates are gonna be the candidates that are less than or equal to this value. So we need to find filtered candidates index or end. And so we'll have to, I'm gonna set you to 0. We're gonna loop through all of our candidates. And we're gonna say if C short stropped is more than value, then we're gonna say that filter candidate's end is I and break. Actually, this needs to start out with all candidates. Yeah, because if it's 0, it means no candidate should be there. So it's exclusive. Yeah. I guess I could call this length actually. To not be confused there. Okay, so now this would be this, start at 0, and we go over to length. And I guess if, well, this will never happen, essentially, because this value has to be larger than one of the bodies, otherwise we can't really generate an enemy. We have to have at least one of the bodies, so I would just assume that this is actually going to be more than 0. We can do an assert. Is it debug assert? So you can do like filter candidate's length should be more than 0. And we get that error instead of like a thing here. I'm not sure. Actually, then this would be empty. And then it would fail maybe here. I'm not sure. Yeah. But you would get some weird random error somewhere else. So there we go. Now, so basically, we're getting all the candidates for the body type of the enemy. We're sorting them by their value in ascending order. And then we're looping through them to get all the candidates that have equal or less than this value. So the actual candidates that we can pick that are not too expensive. And then we create this list of them there, and we randomize an index from these filter candidates. Now we have the body type that we should have for the enemy, and there we go. Now also we want to actually get the value should be modified now. However, this value is a constant because that's how zig+ works. So we have to make a copy there. So we have to make like current value or something. I don't know. And that's going to be value minus the body type short struct. Okay. And then let's see. Yeah. So then we have that. Now, what we're gonna do is we're gonna say with our current value that we have left. Let's actually call this value left. Okay. Then we're gonna create like we're gonna say until we can't add more items, the value or yeah, while okay, so we need to go through here because this body has a number of slots. Now this number of slot is always the same here. It depends on the body type, but we can actually go through the number of slots until they are all filled, or until we don't have enough value to create another item. Or we could also, it could actually randomly, I guess it could randomly generate like an easier. No, let's try to use as much value as we can, actually. So we're gonna have like items, so slots filled, starting at 0. Or we could just for loop these. Yeah. We for loop that. We get a slot that we can modify. And here now we need to like generate items based on the value. But when the thing about generating items is like we probably don't want to use up as much value as we can, because sometimes it's better, maybe it gives more variance if you generate 2 items instead of 1 tier 2 item all the time. So there's a little bit of variance there. Instead of 2, like a 1 tier 2 item, you get 2 tier 1 items or something like that. Now, how to determine that? We could maybe predetermine the number of items before, based on the value, maybe somehow. We could say that since we know that all tier 1 items are worth, I think, 20 points. Yeah. We could say we could like say like, okay, well, how many items potentially can we get? So potential number of items is going to be value left divided by 20, because that's the lowest number. And then I want to have like a random number of items. It's going to be, so the number of items, just the number of items is going to be random unit less than potential items. So now it's going to be like, okay, well, let's generate 1 or 2 or 3 items depending on how much value we have left. But when we actually generate the items, we're going to try to use as much value as we can. But it's gonna, the value, I guess, is gonna be like divided by the number of items. Okay. So actually, we're gonna go through n items here instead. Also, we need to limit this to the number of slots also. So this would be like the minimum of this. And body slots length. Wait, I lost my red thread here. So we're going through the number of items. Right, so now the value for the items is going to be whatever value we've left over number of items. And it's fine, we truncate that. We can actually just call this, whatever. Let's make this, that doesn't need to be mutable now. Okay, so now the only thing left is essentially generating an item with this item value. So we kind of have to do the same thing as we do here, except for the item. So slot equals and then init random and item value. Now the thing is also, like, we could make it so that we only at most get one body mod, for example, so that we have some kind of control over this, because it would be like, you probably want to get a weapon, or you don't want to get 2 body mods, maybe. I don't know, whatever. Let's just do totally random for now. Hello, nano machines. Can Zig replace C? I would say absolutely yes. And all other programming languages as well. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, I think so, definitely. It's kind of the main, or not main idea maybe, but it is one of the potential things that you can do with Zig, is like replace C, even in large projects, because you can replace, in Zig actually interfaces with C really well. So you can like replace portions of a large C project with Zig, and then have, you know, C program called Zig code and Zig program called C code, and so on. So, and then, you know, over time, fully translate a project into Zig. You can do it like that. But then the problem though with that is, like, you still have kind of the same architecture, I guess, as you had before. But it is possible, and now it's like Zig instead. And you can like Zigify things along the way. Yo, welcome back, Penguin. Alright, so there we go. Cool, so now we just need to make this function here. So let's go to item, and let's go up here, init random. Zig uses C ABI. Well, you can define a function to use C ABI, but I mean, normally you would just do like a normal C function, or I mean, sorry, a normal Zig function. But you can do it. I think you do it like after here, call convention C. So now this function is like C ABI here. And you can call it from Zig, and you can also call it from C. So if you wanna, you can build like a library in Zig that works in C. But you would have to kind of, I guess, generate headers or something. But I think probably there's like an automated thing for that. I don't know exactly because I never really done that, but. But yeah, importing a C file now into Zig is very simple. I say very simple, but it's like, you know, if you compare it maybe to other processes, like having different languages work together, it's a pretty simple process. But you do have to kind of dive into like the build system in Zig a little bit for that. But once you've learned the pattern, it's pretty simple. You can essentially import a C project as a module to work in Zig, as a normal Zig module. And you can also, like, if you make a project, you can basically make a wrapper project around it, or it's not really a wrapper project, but essentially you can make a project whose sole purpose is to be able to use a C project in Zig by just making a project, having it import, like, or making a module that works in Zig, make that module, you know, in the usual way in Zig, like make it public, so that it's just a configuration in the build.zig file. And now anyone could like use the C library in Zig by getting that project that you made and importing that module just as any Zig module. But you wouldn't know it's a C library because, well, unless you go and, you know, unless you know. But from the user standpoint of using the library, it's not really a difference, except you see a bunch of C types, because Zig does have C types. Like you can have a C pointer, which essentially is just, you know, it's just a pointer, you know, a normal pointer, but it's there for like a reason, for like compatible reasons. And there's also like what is it, C int. You have the C, you know, the C types here, so you will get these kind of types and stuff. But yeah, it's easily, you know, it's easily used and converted and stuff like that. I think at some point Zig does do some kind of conversion to Zig types. So most basic primitive types are actually going to be Zig types when you import like a C module, I think. But yeah, anyway. Okay, so init random for the item. So essentially, it's just going to be like the tier. It's just going to be value divided by 20. And we have to make sure that the tier does not exceed 20 here. Or I mean 2. I haven't used anything but C for a long time. I count Holy C as C2. I'm giving useless info. Holy C. Are you using Holy C a lot? Is it a lot better? And how hard is it to run on, like, how hard is it to compile Holy C on like modern computers and stuff now? unused function parameter. Yeah. So right. So we have the tier. We're just taking the maximum amount of tier we can have from this value, and now we essentially need to just pick a random item. It's gonna be either a weapon or a body mod. I think actually I'm gonna say like this. I'm gonna say like this should be the item type here. The item type is actually going to be one of these. Actually, it's just a tag of that, so it's gonna be the tag of the item type. This gives you the tag of the enum there. Yeah. So so essentially yeah, we don't randomize the tag. I think we're gonna have to always pick like, okay, it's gonna have one weapon, one body mod, and then an extra weapon if it fits there. Okay, so I think, or something like that, I don't know. Or maybe it's random. Maybe the second one is random, and then the third one fills whatever's left. Or maybe weapon is guaranteed for the first one, and then the consecutive ones are random. But anyway, so we have the tier. Now we need to grab a random item type from the item type that we have. So we get either random weapon or random body mod. I'm not going to worry about weapon mods, actually. Although, well, I'm not going to deal with weapon mods, actually, this time. Maybe that would be like a nice to have later. I need to actually pick up the pace here because, yeah. But this whole system will make it so that we can basically generate any random enemy. We just give it, okay, this is how much basically money you have to spend on this enemy, and it's just going to spit out a random enemy. So now we can basically generate any random enemy, you know, to our heart's content. And the thing we need to do as well is figure out, okay, how many, like, you know, the waves and stuff like that. But let's see. So we have the tier. We need to get the item type. So we have like weapon type. So what we can do is we can switch on the item type, and we can say, well, if it's a weapon, oops, then we will get a random weapon type. We can also return, we can make a function here actually, like init random weapon. We don't really need to pass the value now. We can pass the tier, right? And then we also have body mod, init random body mod. Okay, and otherwise it's gonna be unreachable. That's not gonna happen. Okay, so we have init random weapon, tier. It's gonna get this. I think these can fail, maybe. No, it can't actually. It can't fail. I just only see only when I'm on Temple OS. Haven't really tried to compile it on any other OS. Oh. Right. I didn't realize that maybe there is no compiler for other OSs. There probably is. Like, someone probably made it, right? If it didn't exist before. I mean, you could probably just... well... Okay, so are you regularly using Temple OS? Like, are you unironically using Temple OS for purposes? I should actually, the next job, I should actually say that, hey, yeah, what do you use, like Linux or Windows? Or what do you want? What is, because usually you can like decide like what OS, or well, sometimes you can decide, as other times you can't. But if you can decide, I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna use Temple OS. And they're gonna think that it's a joke, but it's not. No, yeah, it's a joke. I haven't. I've looked at some videos, but yeah. I think I tried to install it on a VM at some point, but I actually, I think I managed to do it actually. But then I was confused at everything. When I'm in a mood to mess around, okay, yeah. It's like a game, you know? It's like you go in there and you just explore things. Temple OS is the best period. Is the best OS period. Alright. Okay, so init random weapon. I need to focus here. So init random weapon. So yes, we have like weapon, and we have weapon. Wait. Oh, it's here. Weapon type. So weapon type. We need a random one of these. Now the thing is, weapon type. Can we get a random tag? Enum value. Returns a random value from an enum evenly distributed. Note that this will not yield consistent results across all targets. So if I do this, will I get an returns a value enum from an enum? An indexed array of all named values is generated using a specified index type to determine a return value. This allows for results to be independent of U-size representation. Prefer enum value if this is important. See uint less than, which this function uses in most cases for commentating runtime as function. Okay. So essentially, you give it an enum type, and it will spit out. So yeah, this one gets the values of the thing. We get a list of enums there, and then it just spits out one of at random. Okay. So you are a weapon type. Nice. Archie is customizable. You can literally program Temple OS. Yeah, because one of the modern C64 exactly. So like one of the philosophies that he had was that to go back to that kind of era where you could just type in commands and program everything. You have control over everything, as far as I can understand. Like you can do anything you want. Like there's no rings or anything like that, which is kind of cool. And that's, I mean, yeah, that goes back to kind of, you know, the way it used to be. It would be cool if, you know, but Temple OS is also like, it has all of these features, and it's kind of confusing when you first open it. It would be cool if someone made like an OS like that, but it was more like, I don't know, user friendly. I guess you just have to learn it. I guess it's just a skill issue. It's just kernel. But you can go in and basically, okay, can you potentially mess up the OS so you can't start it anymore? Because that would be kind of infuriating. So we have the random weapon type. So this would be like init weapon, right? Yeah, and that's basically it. Oh yeah. We also want to change the tier. Wait, what are you? Yeah, you are the item. Why is this not working here? Oh. Alright. And then we have the body mod. Same thing, except this is a body mod type. And you are a body mod type. And you are a body mod. And there we go. Cool. And potentially... Well, actually, okay, so now we'll go back to wherever we were here. Here. Okay, now... this should be good enough. Yeah. So this actually favors lower tier items and filling out the slots more than having one large item actually. But you need an item type. So I'm gonna say that, well, the first one, if the thing is more than 0, we're gonna say that body slots 0 equals that, and it's a weapon. So we always get a weapon there, and then we skip 1. This is a problem though, because if this is 0, so yeah, it's gonna be infinite, so I'm gonna have to say max 1, I think. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's how it works. So then the slots... actually, we can just put it in here as well. Because now n items has to be at least 1 there. Yeah, but now we can just say body slots I equals init random, and then random item type. And item type is gonna be if random boolean it's gonna be a weapon, otherwise a body mod. Okay, so we're generating a weapon guaranteed first, and then we're gonna randomly select between weapons or body mods. Okay? Cool. And with that, we have a random generation for the enemies with random items using a value system to determine what size body the enemy should have and what items it should have. And so, yeah. And also here, well, then enemy definition becomes a little bit like enemy definition actually becomes not interesting anymore, I think. Because we just generate an enemy directly. So we don't even need these two. We can just generate an enemy. Oh no, it's the body that has the thing. Okay, well then we can actually add this here so that we get an actual enemy, a random enemy. And the AI is like, I'm just gonna do init random there as well. Max health is gonna be determined by the body. So actually, I'm gonna say body is this. And then this is gonna be max health. Is that it? Yeah. And now you need max health there. Did we change it to F32? We did not. We need to change the health to F32. Esther Davis says, said Windows is like a car, Linux is like a semi-truck, and Tempo is like a motorcycle. If you lean too far on a motorcycle, you crash. Yeah. As far as I know, Temple OS is Windows inspired, right? Well, I don't like non-Unix-like systems. I actually don't know what it's inspired by, except by like C64 for like the philosophy of being able to do anything. But then also yeah, the interface is kinda, I don't know, it's like, I think it's like filling out the screen with stuff. It's, you know, it's, I don't know, it's just populating the screen with stuff. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know too much about it. Structs have constructor and destructor. I mean, well, it's more like a convention. Like it's a function. Well, okay, it's true and kind of not true. It's just it's like this init function is just a normal function. There's really no special thing about it. It's just that the compiler the compiler will select this function to be called if you are supposed to put in, like for here for instance, AI equals dot init. Like it's not this init function, it's the AI types init function. It's just that it's a convenient way to kind of select which function you're choosing. So essentially it works like this. If you have this AI struct here and you have a function on it whose return type is the same type as the thing here, so basically this is, you know, at this means it's AI here. So then it means that this function can now be used as kind of like a constructor function, quote unquote. It's not really anything special. It's just that how we can see what functions are available here. So since this function returns an AI, it can be used here. I mean, you can use any function that returns an AI, and it can be defined anywhere. But you don't have to say AI dot to get the function to get the namespace, you know, the full path to the function. You can just say dot init, which is really, really nice. The UI isn't the best, but it has its charm. Yes, definitely. Also, like the images and 3D objects and stuff, like in like the terminal or whatever. That's just crazy. All right, you need to change. Well, let's just fix these errors. I'm gonna remove this anyway. Oh, right, because now this doesn't actually work anymore, and we have to check negative equals, or I mean negative equals, I mean less than equals there. Okay. Actually, I'll move you up here. Yeah, so essentially you can define a constructor. Since Zig doesn't have overload, you have to name it something else, which is both, I think it has its like pros and cons. I you know, sometimes it's kind of annoying sometimes, but I think it's good for the most part, because it also says, well, init random, so it has a little bit description of what it's doing as well. Okay. Body max health. I think that should exist now. Wait. Oh, because this is we need to try that one. There we go. Okay. But we don't have this function. This function doesn't exist. So we have to go to AI, init random. Oops. But we don't have a value. This will give us a this. And essentially this is like a 0-bit struct, so I'm not sure how this will work here. enum value of AI type. I'm not sure if that actually works, because now we're putting in a union enum instead of an enum. Probably have to get the tag out, because this guy needs it to be an enum. Yeah, it's gonna fail here. So we have to make it a tag, take the tag out, and then we can return a union init, which is like a programmatic way to generate a union value, union enum value, but you have to supply the type, which is AI type, and then the name, which is like tag name tag, but it's not comp time known, so we have to make it comp time known by doing like switch tag and then inline else. Now we get a thing with that. We get a tag. Now this is comp time known, so we can actually return that. Oops. Now this is the tag actually that we wanna do it on, because that is comp time known. Okay. And then you also need the data, the init expression. Now I'm just gonna say dot. Well, I'm not sure if you can do dot init here. We'll see. Maybe we can, maybe we can't. If I remove this, will there be a compiler error here? Probably. I don't know. It would be cool if you can call it, because it is comp time known. We could probably extract the function that we need to use as well. Oh yeah, we need to call this function in order for it to be compiled, actually, yeah. So actually we are calling it here, yeah. But we're not calling this function, right? I like the fact you have to use Holy C in the terminal like you just use basic in C64. Yeah, that's really cool. So much better than separate command stuff. That would actually be kind of cool. Like, it would be cool if you could make the same thing except with Zig. The only thing that I'm thinking about is like, how do we deal with like the current state? Like, let's say you define a type. Like, let's say you want to change that type or something. Like, how would that... I think with the Zig compiler, you can make like a very simple version where it's just compiling everything, like the current cached code or something every time. Yeah, so you just have a program. It's gonna be like, this is that's the thing you see on the screen. That's the entire program, and you press run. Now that's running that thing or something like that. That would be cool, a cool little project. But what you also would like to have is some kind of REPL thing where you wanna inspect, like a debugger or something. You wanna inspect a value, or you just wanna calculate something, but you also want to have, yeah, so then you wanna have the context of the current program, but you also wanna, yeah, so basically you would need some kind of state running as well. You need a real-time compiler probably to read definitions. Yeah. It sounds cool, but it's probably a pain in the ass to do. Right. Okay, so let's see. We wanna now go for random stage. And we're gonna have the value is the value that every enemy will have. So basically the difficulty of the stage. I guess we could call this the starting value, because every wave should probably increase the value a tiny bit. Maybe. Or it's gonna randomly select between maybe we'll have like there's like easy waves and difficult waves, which increases the value a little bit. I was actually searching for a terminal use C, but couldn't find anything like it. That's interesting. Like, yeah. I think that's it's probably like a pretty difficult problem. A lot of decisions to make on how it's supposed to work. Okay, I think based on the level difficulty, we probably want the number of waves spawned to be, so basically like the earlier levels maybe have lower level. I'm just gonna predetermine that the number of waves are just gonna be the same every level, the same every stage. So number of waves is going to be like, I don't know, 10, and we can change it later. And then we need the actual waves. So this should be gonna be like allocate wave definition 10. And then we're gonna go through n waves. And then we're gonna go through those waves. And actually I need to, whoops, you need to do this, and you need to, no, because you're not an array, right? Yeah, it's an allocation. Okay. And now you are a mutable, so now the wave can be init random game. And here's the thing where you can have different like difficulties. So we could have like easy wave is the starting value, and then difficult wave is like starting value times 2 maybe, and then we're picking a random one from that. So basically gonna pick, you know, if game boolean, then we get an easy wave, otherwise we get a difficult wave, and that's the difficulty there. All right, and then we return init, and we can give it the waves. We can say intervals, probably gonna be the same for everything. Okay, cool. Now we need an init random for the waves. I'm just gonna copy this. So number of enemies spawned, number of spawns spawned, right? Because we have a wave definition that we need to randomize. So this has position, spawns, interval. For position, I'm just gonna pick like a random. Maybe we'll have lanes, like we'll have 3 lanes, like middle lane, left lane, right lane, or something like that. We'll just pick one of those. So lanes, it's just gonna be a bunch of positions. And it's gonna be like 0.3, 0.5, oops, or let's do 0.25, 0.5, and 0.75. These are relative positions, so we can make them absolute later. If I found that by using 100%, say it's much harder to make a compiler. I mean, yeah, because you need both a compiler and extra stuff. It's like a REPL on steroids, a little bit. Like, I don't even think like Zig has a REPL. If it had, maybe you could do something with that. But anyway, okay, so that's the lanes, and now the lane is gonna be game random. What is this? Array? Oh, this gets us a random array. Okay, that's not what I wanted. I wanted to have basically like an enum value, except for like an array. Like you put in, instead of having an enum type, you put in like an array of, you know, something here, and it gives you like the best thing that I've seen that can do that is just uint less than. Because this gives you an index. So this would be like lane I. And this is a usize. And then less than lane's length. And then the lane is lane's lane I. I wish they did something like this, like, because I think it's a pretty useful pattern. But anyway. Unused local constant. Yes, good. Now, that's the lane. Wait. Wave definition. Right, no. Yeah. I need to move this into the wave definition, because the wave is like the instance. This is like the template here. Right. And so that would be the position. Position is lane. And spawns. Actually, we could just do like dot in here. Lane, spawns, and interval. We picked 2 for most of them. That could be random as well, but no, random float times 3 or 2. Actually, times 1. Let's do like plus 0.2 maybe. So it goes from 0.2 to 1.7. So we could do that to go from 0.2 to 2. Yeah, and now we need the spawns. So the spawns is gonna be try game allocate allocator alloc and spawn definition size is like, yeah, that's gonna be like different. So and spawns. Less than, actually it's going to be a range, at least, I don't know, 3, at most 10 or something. Okay, and now we need to go through the spawns and randomize those as well. So spawn is init random, but now it's not a starting value, it's just a value actually. Okay, now we need the init random function for this thing. So, yeah, I'm just gonna pick a random. So basically, if it's an enemy or a group, that's gonna be random. So we're just gonna do like int random boolean. If this is true, we'll return one init random, else will return many. Oh. No, because then we need like init random group. Yeah. Like that. Let's do the same. Okay. So wait, but no, you don't exist yet. So let's do enemy definition init random. Now, yeah, so I mean, yeah, this is kind of the same as the enemy init random, I guess. It's like there's no difference now between this and the other one. It's just that this has more state. So we could actually just generate a random enemy and then return the results. So there we go. Now we have this one. Now we need the group one. Here. Okay, number of enemies. I think we're just gonna do a random int range. So from 2 to maybe 4 or something. Or 3. No, let's do 4. Okay. So the group is kind of like all enemies spawn at the same time. We have a list of enemies that spawn at the same time in different positions. So you will be... So we have the enemies. We need the actual list here. Group enemy, and you're going to end enemies. Okay, and we'll return that. But we need to populate as well. So enemies. Enemy equals init random. Well, the thing is, it's not exactly init random. Actually, let's not have an init random function there, because I want to have the position is gonna be based on the number of enemies. I think it's gonna be very simple. I think I'm just gonna say that. Well, either it's just gonna be the number of enemies spread out evenly from the top, right? So we're gonna have the position will be this is gonna be like, we need to keep track of which index we're in and how many enemies there are. Yes, so we actually need like the x step is gonna be 1 over number of enemies, but this is the crux of the thing, because now we need to make this into a float. But yeah, whatever. Alright, so now we have the x step. We can take x step times I, right? And we should also have the starting one, which is probably, we just add 1 to x step there. And now we're kind of dividing. So let's say we only had 1 enemy, then that should be in the middle. So that would be like 0.5. So actually we need to add 1 here, because if it was 1, then this would be just be 1, and that would be at the end of the screen. Now this is 2, so this would be divided by 2, which is 0.5, which is in the center. So that is correct. If this was if number of enemies was 2, then this will be 3. So we divide this by 3, so it means that we have 1/3, and so we start at 1/3, and then we add to get 2/3 for the next enemy. So the first enemy will spawn at 1/3, the second enemy will spawn at 2/3. So that seems correct, yes. Okay. And then the and then you also have to be, I'm just gonna make a floating version of I here. So we don't have to mess with that. And then we need, and y is just going to be 0. Okay. Whoops. Now we have the position. We need the velocity. Velocity can just be determined by the enemy definition. Actually, we don't need velocity. I'm just gonna not worry about that. And then we just need an enemy definition, which we already have a thing for. So you are going to be init position and null, and enemy definition, which we can do try init random game and value. Cool. So that will be like different enemies. I could also make it so that the group is actually all the same enemy. That would be a thing to do, but whatever. Let's do it like this. I mean, I think it would be kind of cool. You know what? Let's do same enemy is gonna be like if game random boolean, then we do null. Otherwise, we do enemy definition init random. Yeah. So basically, if this is populated, we now have like everything there should be the same. So this is an optional. So here is like either we use same enemy if we have it, or else we create a new one. Wait, you don't need try. Yeah, there we go. So there's a chance for it to be like a wave with all the same enemies, and then another one with like different ones. Cool. I think that's it for this one. And then let's just return there. So now we have like a spawn definition can be either one enemy or a group of enemies. Cool. So what now? Now we have like, yeah, we can initialize a random stage, essentially. And so now current stage, yeah. Now this doesn't make sense now. I'm just gonna do this and say that you are not actually specified at this stage. Which means that this is now an issue. Actually, I'll just set you to undefined for now. Okay, this is kind of a bad practice, but I'll set this to undefined, and then I'll introduce a setup function. Which will create like a new stage, essentially. That's what this is gonna do here. We're creating a stage. What we could keep track of is maybe the current value that we should base everything on. So the first stage would have like a value of maybe 40. So potentially an enemy would be like a small with a weapon, or just a large enemy without a weapon. Okay, and then setup. So this actually let's call this next stage. Okay, so current stage equal to init random. Starting value is current value. And I'm gonna catch unreachable. Or we can do this. Here we go. Alright, that's the current stage. Current wave is gonna be current stage dot wave. Next wave. No, next wave. Current stage index is not really used, and we have to kind of check to see like the check that's says that we've won the game. I think that it's gonna change from what we had before to just a hard-coded max levels, max stages, which is just gonna say is 3. All right. And then I want to change the current value for the next stage around. So what we're going to do with the value, I'm not sure. Are we going to multiply it or add to it? Probably add. Let's just add another 40. Or maybe just multiply by 2. Okay. Every wave, every stage is like double the difficulty of the previous one. Great. All right. Yeah. Okay, so let's see, reset. That's called when we need like an entirely new game. It's like when we start the game. So yeah, instead of doing this, I'll just call next stage. And I will also set current stage index to 0 to say that we are at the first stage. And you actually... Should we increase that here then? Okay. So, here is the thing where we check if a stage is over. Then we increase the index for 1, except now we don't really need to do that. Also, this is wrong. What we do instead is we say next. No, we don't do that here. We don't do this. We go to the shop anyway. Unless it's the last stage, I guess. Okay, so let's do this instead. Let's have an else here. If this is more than the max stages, then we do an ending. But otherwise, we do a shop. And we don't really modify anything else. We don't... Oh, there was already a setup function there. But we don't call this now. We will call this when shop, when... Yeah. We don't call this now. Instead... we will go to... There should be like next level here. I'm gonna rename you to stage. That's how I named it. And we don't... Well, we set up. We do next stage. And then set up. This will basically... It's just making sure the timers are all good. Okay. There we go. Oh, now we get some issues over here. So you are what? You are a weird thing. I think instead of doing this, I could do values. No. Enums values to get this. Then we don't need to do that. Okay, so it's constant, so we can't actually modify this. Not even in comp time. But if it was tags, you return a constant pointer to a constant array of t. Can I do this in comp time? No, because we depend on value here. Yeah, it has to be this. What if it's an array? Does that work? Oh. What? That works? No. Expected type option. wait. Yeah. Oh, okay. So this is one of the cases we can't actually just say .init, I think. Wait. Oh, group enemy. Oh, yeah, group enemy. No. It's not a group enemy, it's enemy def. Hang on. No, this is the thing here. Yeah. If same enemy, actually, it's just same enemy or else that. Okay, so you can actually do that. Reach unreachable code, interesting, from standard library. Okay, so if we run the compiler, we can see where this is coming from. So enum value, okay, init random weapon. (31) enum value of weapon type, which is not an enum. Okay, I see. So it fails like in here, in this assert here. Okay. I wish it gave a better like compiler error message, but hey, it's still in I don't know what they classified, beta, or what do they class, like alpha, zig, still in alpha or something, or pre-alpha maybe even. Weapon type, right? So this needs to be the tag. The problem here though is that the tag needs more data. Yeah. Okay, so tags or tag. No. Meta tag. That gives us the tag type. But now this is wrong. So we have to do like a union init here. So here we have to do like switch on weapon type. And we get the comtime tag, and we do a union init, and we do weapon type tag name t init. Oh, you need a weapon. Oh. And you just need a weapon type. Okay. So then it's way easier actually. Because a weapon type, or is it easier actually? No, maybe not. No, it's not easier. But actually, yeah. So we just wrap this in .init actually. Yeah. A little bit messy here, but whatever. Okay, and another place where we reached unreachable code while compiling in init random body mod, so probably the same issue there. So I'm actually gonna do that. So you are body mod and you are tag of body mod type, and you are a body mod type, And there we go, rest should be the same. And it crashes, of course. But we are testing this out now, actually. Division by 0, okay. Oh. Excuse me. Potential items. Oh. Right, we're not trying to fill out all the slots. I guess. Or are we actually? No, because no. Yeah, okay, no, we're not trying to fill out all the slots. Unless this is like the maximum amount. Okay. So n items can be 0, that makes sense. But if potential n items is 0, actually, if potential n items is more than 0, then we shouldn't generate items. If it's more than 0, then we should generate the items. I'm just gonna do this. Okay. But then, this is like, if we have potential items, we should probably have at least one item. So I'm gonna, instead of doing that, I'm gonna do range less than 1 to potential items. So now, if we have potential items we need to do, we should get at least 1, because like the value. We could also have, like, if there's like a maximum amount of value for an item, if our like value exceeds the maximum by like 3 times, we should also always spawn like fully equipped brutal enemies, essentially. But let's just try this here. Oh, another crash. Debug random. Reach unreachable code. Interesting. At least it's less than that. Okay, so actually this could be equal. I guess if potential item is 1, then n items is also 1. Okay. That's a weird error, and they should just return. They should just skip the random and return that then. Oh wow. Hey, it works. We got random. Randomness happening. Where's the enemies? Okay. Oh my god. Yeah, there's a lot of memory leaks. Because the generated... Oh, hello 2A. Because the generated waves and everything they are not like... We're not properly like doing anything with those. Like, we're not deinitializing them. But we could probably make... I mean, we could make an arena. Maybe we'll use like an arena for the stage. We'll figure it out. I'll probably add that to here. nice to have is going to be memory leak fix for stages. Okay, so I think what we want to do is I think I want to kind of display all the stage information when it's randomized. So I'm gonna log out F stage. Okay, so this will show the entire stage, but we need the actual format function. So that's number of waves. We're gonna go through each wave and then we'll print that as well. Yeah. You know what? Let's also do like wave. We get the index. So this one has position, interval, spawns. And then we'll go through this. Well, we could go through the spawns. Let's just do this to start with. Okay. Why are they like taking damage? I don't really know why that's happening. Also, the sprite is wrong. Okay, let's see. Holy crap. Can we even get to this now? Yeah, we can. Stage 10 waves, wave 1, position 0.50. So in the middle, essentially. Interval is a bunch of random stuff. We only seem to get like the one wave. Wave 1. Okay. Okay, so a couple of issues. The enemy sprite is not good. spawned by enemy definition. The sprite. Oh, because we're hard-coded the sprite here. Okay. So the sprite is going to be, or the renderable. Sure. Let's grab the renderable from enemy. Well, it's gonna be this, actually. Enemy dot body dot. Wait. There we go. Okay. And then we'll add the renderable. Okay. So that should fix the sprite issue. Or not. Okay. I will, I'm just gonna take a small, tiny break here. I'm just gonna load up the oven with some food and I'll be right back, okay? Okay. I just need to set a timer. All right. Cool. Okay, so why is this still happening? Why do so... Oh, I know why. Classic didn't update the thing. Also, I'm not sure why are they like taking damage. The small ones seem to always take damage. Also, the number of shards dropped is like pretty insane. Okay. Right. Another thing is that we should probably also set we should set the rotation to match the velocity at all times, perhaps. We could also introduce like acceleration later, but if it's gonna try to follow the player. But let's just set this to rotation is just gonna be, you know, pi. So now at least they should be facing downwards. Okay, and let's see. Let's go over here, and I want to start at the gameplay. Okay. Now. Okay, the sprites are good. So why are they like always taking damage? Wait, why did I go over here? Okay, sure, let's go to menu then. Why is that happening? Oh, because when we... Alright. Because when we go from menu to the thing... wait, update, menu... We go to... Yeah, we just changed it to gameplay. Okay, so we have to say start game. I'll make a thing called start game. Screen state is gameplay, and we call next stage. Oh, right. It's very, very strange. They are taking damage. I don't know why they are taking damage. It seems to not have anything to do with my projectiles. Also, it looked for a second there that the guns were shooting at different times. That was very strange. Well, it might have, you know, it's probably something to do with this, but it's still weird that they would be different. Okay. Why are they taking damage? That is very, very strange. This should only happen really during... Wait. Damage on touch. No, that only should destroy... Update hits. We're going through the enemies. We're looking for player projectiles. If they collide, we hit the enemy. Destroy the projectile. We hit the enemy. And we have this hit fade ends at... Are we going in here? Where are we here? Okay, so hit. There should be a lot of hits. Oh, it's hit. Are they hitting themselves? Oh, I know what's going on. Okay, so when I copied over the weapon code, because I copied from the player weapon code to the enemy weapon code, and so all enemies now have the player weapon code. And what that code did was add a player projectile to the projectiles, and the player projectiles are gonna hurt the enemies. So they're essentially shooting. They're essentially killing themselves. Is what's happening here. Okay, good. We sorted that out. Okay, I just need to set the timer again here. All right. Okay, so basically we want to go to the enemy code. And when we shoot the weapon, or the item, actually. Oh, okay, I see what's going on. Actually, these items shoot... Right. So, okay. So it actually depends on who shoots. Yeah. Spawn projectile. So this one adds the player projectile, but we don't know if we want to have that or not. So I think that I mean, we could pass I guess we could pass a callback function, because it's going to be a pain in the ass to return a list that you modify later. We could add a callback function. Whenever you call shoot, we pass a function in that that modifies the context. So on spawn projectile is a function that takes a context and returns void. So instead of doing this, we're going to say on spawn projectile, and we call this with the context. Okay. And so actually we want to have that one. pass that in. And we need it here as well. And now you need on spawn projectile. However, now we know which, because this is from the player and the other one should be from the enemy. So this is a entity context. We're going to add a player projectile in its damage 1. Remember the damage actually is should be based on change damage. Well, actually, yeah, to be based on the item. We could also we could add the item to the thing so that it knows where it came from and what stats, and maybe there's other effects as well. But let's just have it like this for now. And you are the thing we need to pass it here. Okay. And here we also have one, but you don't add player projectile. You add enemy. And I guess enemy weapon projectile, maybe? No? This added... Oh, this just spawned them directly. Yeah, okay, damage on touch. Okay, yeah. So you wanna do damage on touch. Which has the same thing, which has damage, but for player, there's only one damage. And that's death. Okay. And now you want on spawn projectile. There we go. So now we have a different... We're using the same functions, but we have a different behavior depending on if we're an enemy or a player shooting the thing. So now if we run this... There we go. Now they're not like shooting themselves. Okay. Now, another thing is that their position is wrong. So let's do spawn by definition. This is essentially just game get absolute. Actually, yeah. Okay. So where are those things happening? Probably in here. Right, these are the lanes, so that should be good. I'm a little bit confused why this is happening. They all seem to be at the left, except for that one, I guess. Yeah, the position is very weird. Also, their projectiles, I know, they are like in the wrong place. So on spawn projectile, what we can do is also we can get the body. Excuse me. We get the body by doing this. And we just say body.velocity.y equals, well, we can do this to negate it. Okay, I'm just gonna grab my food here, be right back. Oops. Okay. All right. Okay, so that should fix that. All right, another thing that I want is when we spawn an enemy, basically I want to go through all the weapons. Weapon iterator next. Weapon. Weapon. Item. So this is a weapon. Right. And what I want to do is I want to have like a weapon debuff. This is gonna be item mod. Actually, it's gonna be rate of fire. We don't have that actually. Okay, let's add that. And rate of fire factor is something. Shop cost, I don't know, probably the same then. Apply. Now this is like rate of fire factor. So yeah, that is the apply there. Weapon mode, rate of fire. Okay, so that essentially now we have rate of fire weapons, except they are weapon mods, but it kind of looks exactly the same as a damage mod now, but I can change that later. So what I want to do is I want to say For the machine gun, we also want to add rate of fire factor, which starts at 1. Okay, so now this can be modified to give you the final cooldown. So we'll do that. And now here, this is the debuff, so actually, yeah, init rate of fire. And then we're gonna set the rate of fire factor to be like -0.5. So they will fire at half the speed essentially. And now we want to apply this to all of the weapons. And so what you can do is just weapon debuff, and we have this apply function, and we apply it to this weapon here. So now all of the enemy weapons should fire half the speed. Rate of fire factor, you are a rate of fire, rate of fire. Okay, wait a minute. Oh yeah. Wait. Shot cooldown. Hang on. Hang on. Just a sec. So the cooldown is like not really the same as the rate of fire, I guess. Then this would be like divided then by the rate of fire, actually. There we go. Holy crap, they have like a lot of value. Why do they get so much value? Let's check. Let's print out some more stuff here. So the wave. Where's the format function? Here, wave definition, right. So we're gonna go through all of our spawns, and we're gonna print spawn I F URI, whoops, not I here, and spawn. Okay, and now we need a format function in spawn def. And we have enemy or group. So let's do a switch on self. If we are enemy, and it's just gonna be 1. And we're gonna print out the enemy definition there as well. Or it's a group. element definition. We can say format. Or actually, we don't know the value. Waves value. I guess we can save the value. You found the channel again. Great. Yeah, I mean, a game jam is fun. I'm just not confident if I'm like one of those like 7-hour. Wait, is it 7 hour? No, Ludum Dare is like a classic one. I think those are 7 days actually. Where did I get 7 hour from? I don't know, but you know, 1 day or 2 day projects, like that's just too fast for me. I don't know how they do it. Maybe I should watch someone the whole way through to see how they do it. I mean, some people use Teams as well. What's the error bang void? That is a error union type. So it basically means that the type can either be this error, one of these errors. This is actually an error set, so it can be one of the errors defined in this set here, which is only one error here, but yeah. So one of those errors, or it's a void. That's what that means. And then you, if you have a thing of that type, you can use keywords like try and catch on it to handle the error case. Are you a C programmer, nanomachines? I must do with Java. Okay. Yeah, so this would be equivalent, kind of equivalent to the Java throws keyword. Unless they change that. But yeah. It's not really equivalent, but because Zig actually forces you to handle the error. But I can take a cursor glance at Zig and closure. Okay. I've never actually looked at closure. Because it's Java, right? So I'm staying away from it now. So body type is body type. What else do we have? We have like the AI type. We have the items. So if we have a thing, this returns an error or void. Yes. Item I, item type is item type. I guess we could also check the value, because we could just call shards dropped. And then so a type value, what else is on there? Tier, that's right. Okay. Right, and now the group needs a format function. No. 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 What? Why is it doing this? The snippet thing is not working. Alright. So we have like enemies. And I guess we'll print out all those enemies. Enemy. So enemy thing. All right. Group enemy. Oh. Right. Why is that not working? I don't understand. But okay, let's just copy that. Try writer print self definition. Yeah, let's just do that. Unused argument if. Oh. Classic mistake. Classic newbie mistake. Okay. Okay, so now, wow, that was weird. Now we should be able to see all the enemies and stuff. Oh, of course it's badly formatted. So here's the stage. We have 10 waves. Starting value is 40. Wave 1 we have spawns 4. Spawn 0 is a group of enemies. And items. Wait. The item value is 60. Okay, so that already there is bad. Also, I'm gonna leave that. Got my new lines. Item value. Let's do like value, total value. It's gonna be self charge dropped. No? Oh. Wait. Right, I need like enemy init. No. Game C enemy init. Body air type. Charge dropped. There we go. Okay. Target is not Linux. No, it's Windows. I'm running WSL. Windows is my host system, and I'm developing in WSL in Linux. Okay, value 64. Why do we have value 64 when the starting value is 40? So something is probably wrong here. Yeah, so first of all, okay, randomizing enemy with value. Body T picked, value left. Potential items. And items. Item value. Randomizing enemy 40 value. Body small pick value left is 36. Oh. Potential items 1. Yeah, that's true. And then n items is 1. But how can it become more than 60 in value then? Randomizing enemy 40 value. Wait. Number of items 1, item value 30. Wait, what? Oh yeah, the total value of the item is 36. Item added with value. Okay, body large pick value left is 20. Potential n items 1. Item value is 20. Okay, so that's weird. It should have said... Oh, because we... Okay, because we added one here. Right. God damn it. Wait, why is it 80? What the hell? Randomizing stage with value. Storing value. Oh, because the difficulty, right. Okay, I think I'm just gonna... I think I overestimated the amount of shards we get from these things. So I'm going to say... wait. Where's the thing? Here, I'm gonna say like 10 instead. But why do I get so many shards from that? $20 value. Okay, maybe something is wrong with the shard distribution algorithm. So you get actually more shards than you should. Okay, but I want to fix a couple of other things now. One thing is the kind of when you hit someone, it has the old overlay thing. Also, the stages are not, it's not progressing. But let's fix that first. So essentially, we just take you, copy, move. Do that. Okay, sure, let's put you there. And I think this is in draw. Draw enemy hit. There we go. Yeah, so this thing is like, it should be dependent on the enemy. So if we go to body, sprite function, we should also have hit sprite. And now we can grab those. 174. 1, 2, 3. And then you are 176. Okay. Now we'll go here, and you are actually going to be wait. And the renderable is, well, we don't care about the renderable actually. We want to get the enemy, right? Yeah. And so enemy body type hit sprite. This is what we care about. This is the renderable. And we change the tint, and we, oh wait, this is renderable fade. There we go. And now you don't matter. There we go. You crop sprites from an image. Yeah, basically I have like a sprite sheet. I have a large image where I put all the sprites, and then I just load in that one image, and then I draw from that image basically. Raylib makes it very easy to do that. I mean, you essentially just give it the coordinates of where the sprite is. Okay, there we go. So now that works. The explosion is still a hex, but that could be just flavor there. Colon WA looks like Vim. Yes, I mean it's Neo Vim. Are you talking to someone? Because I only see your text. Okay. Anyway. So I'm just eating my food here. The last bite. Okay. So, what now? Where are we? What should we do? I need to make the menus like work with what's it called? The mouse. Oh yeah, the spawns are the waves are stopping after like the first wave or something like that. Let's do this. Let's do like draw gameplay. I'm gonna draw. Let's put this in HUD, and I'm gonna draw text. Text is gonna be wave, stage, wave. Which is an enemy system. Current stage is U+1. Font size, I don't know, 10. Position is, well, we could take the cursor and do world top, world center top. Color white, why not? Okay, so now we should see, well, we have the wave as well. The wave is current wave. Well, it's actually going to be current stage. This is where it is. And then wave, next wave, end wave spawned. So I think it's going to be like +1 here as well. All right, let's see how that looks. Stage 2. Oh, because yeah, it's changing. Okay, yeah. So actually, this is not +1 here because it changes as we go into the thing, right? Okay. There we go. Stage 1. Wave 1. Okay, here's wave 2. Nothing. Does it advance? It does advance through the waves by timer, maybe. Yeah. So it does advance, it just doesn't spawn anything anymore for some reason. Okay. That is strange. let's do next spawn at. Negative elapsed time. Okay, I see. But why is, because this should be number of spawns spawned. Let's move you. Actually, let's do centered. Whoa. Look at the variation. Okay, it keeps the number of spawns spawned. Okay, so we don't reset the wave. Okay. Now when I see it, it's kind of obvious. But it's good to know how to troubleshoot. It's good to you know, get the rest of that. Let's see. So advance. We're doing setup. Oh. Wait, what are you? Oh, the stage. Oh, here we go. Setup. Advanced stage. So if we should advance, we advance the stage. If it's over, we do some stuff. Otherwise, we get down here and we need to set up our things. Or we can just call self setup. Okay. Now, yeah, this should also say 0. Now that was all one wave. Okay, this was what I was thinking, like the waves are all the same because we're not never actually changing the wave. So we advance, which means that is done, but we also need to say current wave is equal, we need to update current wave, next wave. Which just returns the current one there, yeah. Okay, that seems to work better. Now, one thing that I want to change, the spawn positions are really weird. I think it might have to do something about this, which tries to kind of, you know, give some variations to each thing. But I think I'm just gonna remove that. And just do this. And see if that's better. Well, the still are like at the edge sometimes. Maybe that's when they come in a group, maybe? I don't know. So the position is that. Okay, I don't think there's anything wrong. That's an override though. So that should be good. Yeah, so really this already the second enemy. Position 75. The enemy type. Okay. So this is a group. It has two enemies. Position is 0, 0. Wait, what? That's not right. Is it truncating happening here? No, there shouldn't be. This is floats. We're converting you to floats. Position is, yeah, these are all floats here. What the hell? 1/2. Yeah, so, or 1/3. And then this one is 1.3334. What the hell? What's happening here? It should be like 1/3, which is 1/3 in floats. This should be 0 at the first. Wait, times 0. Wait, no. Yeah. Okay. I did this wrong here. We should do like x that plus that. There we go. Actually, you know what? It should be this plus 1. There we go. But the second one... Oh, because x step was larger than... Okay. Maybe. I don't know. Now it looks better. Maybe we can add a little bit more variation to the speed. What the hell? I never expected to see this variation. Holy crap. Okay. Well, it's basically like a hunt for scraps now, or shards. Whoops. Oh, maybe you can purchase extra lives. Okay. Wave now. Oh. Holy crap. Wait. How did you get weapons now? Oh, I think the restart doesn't work. Restart. Reset. Starting value. Wait. No, value. Current value. Initial value. Is the game evolving? Yes. I mean, so basically, how it works is that the enemies are all randomized. The waves are randomized, like the enemy types and what items, like what kind of weapons and stuff they have, and like other modifications. There's not many types of modifications yet, but as the stage progresses, the idea is that the difficulty will increase, as well as when you complete a stage, the difficulty also Ah! Oh wow, the hitbox there was a bit non-existent. When you complete a stage, the value or the kind of difficulty for the next stage will increase. And with high enough difficulty, the enemies will start to get weapons and stuff. Okay. Wave 8. There's 10 waves. The one thing that I don't use like value for is like the wave, the number of enemies in a wave and stuff like that. Okay, weapon, machine gun. So here you can buy like items. So you get like, well, they're supposed to be randomized. Right now it's only all the same every time. But also I need to implement the shield as well. The shield we don't have, but I'm gonna buy the machine gun. Okay, you only get to select one. So we got the machine gun here. And we already have, so this is not how it's supposed to be looking at like the beginning of the game. So I need to balance this a little bit. But essentially you have these modifications that you can like switch out. So now I have 2 slots on my ship. So I can either have like 2 weapons, and this is a shield, so I can have this shield here, although the shield doesn't work yet. But another thing is that you can merge as well. If you have 2 items of the same type, you can merge them and they will become the next tier. So now I have like 2 tier 2 machine guns here. Although I'm not sure if they actually are better, because I don't remember. Okay, they are better. Okay. They do double shots now. So a lot better. Oh my god. Okay. The thing is, like, the enemies, they have a random chance to get, like, you know, the same kind of weapons as you do, except they are like debuffed. So what I'm gonna do actually is I'm going to say, where's the enemy? Well, let's go to item, and then we have the weapon mod. And we have 2 different weapon mods, so these will kind of modify a weapon. And so we have damage, rate of fire, and then I'm gonna also add projectile speed. I just realized, because it's insane projectile speed that the enemies have. So I'm gonna add that. Mode projectile speed. Okay. Projectile speed factor. And when that is applied, we actually just do this. And now let's go to rate of fire factor. Projectile speed factor. Okay, so now the projectile speed can be modified on this weapon. And there we go. And let's see. Yeah. And when we spawn a projectile, we also should take that into account. Yeah. Shoot 1, shoot 2. So item, so self is the weapon. Now this is the machine gun, right? Yeah. So we can do like projectile velocity. And that is going to be init 0, negative 500 times self projectile speed factor. Okay, so now velocity is going to be self projectile velocity. There we go. Okay. Okay. So now we are able to modify the velocity by using the thing. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna look for debuff. And this is the rate of fire debuff. Rough. And then I'm also gonna make PS debuff for speed. And you are projectile speed. And projectile speed is gonna be negative. Sure, let's do half for now. Oh, hello, Dajavas. Sorry, you had a similar profile pic. I didn't see that you wrote there, or that it was someone else that wrote. Whatever. All right, hello, welcome. Let's see. Yeah, but what I want to do is when we go, so let's see, where's the time equal to here? So I'm actually just gonna, well, this is probably too much. I'm just gonna add 10. Because 4. So initial value could actually be like 14. Because the small one is worth 4. So 4. And then, which is kind of weird because yeah, because you could get a large enemy with the value 10. Yeah, so small enemy value 4. And then the next level, they can now shoot. Although they could probably shoot now as well because of the... Yeah, because of some waves have easy difficulty and others have higher difficulty, so the enemies might be able to actually shoot. Yeah, there we go. Oh my god. Okay, maybe a little bit overpowered there. Just a wall of projectiles. Yeah. Okay. Well, first of all, I'm not sure if the project style speed thing is working properly. What if we set you debuff? What if we set you to -1? That should like make them not move at all. Just has to get a wave that actually shoots. Just random chance. Or get to stage 2. There we go. Still very quick. Whoa. Yeah, that's funny. Okay. So why? So that's not. Oh, whoa. I'm not actually applying the debuff. There you go. Okay, it works. You can also see that the projectiles, they keep the same velocity as the ship that shot them out. I don't know what's going on with these things on the side here. Okay, so cool. But we want it to be maybe 0.5. Also, I'm gonna change the graphics for those bullets. I just haven't done the graphics for the machine gun bullets yet, which is the weapon. So you can kind of see that the bullets that I'm shooting, like the player's ship, is actually machine guns. It's shooting the weapons instead of the bullets. Which is, I guess, it could be a tactic that you could do. Okay, so maybe even more. There's also a little bit of offset issue going on with the enemy weapons there. Why is it? Huh. Interesting. So the ones that have like a wall of bullets, if I destroy the ship, the rest disappears. Now there is a cascading delete thing, but that requires a relative position component, which I'm pretty sure does not exist. Also, I have no idea why they're spawning so many bullets. Or is it the same bullet? It's just like extremely fast. I don't think so. As you can see here, now time is stopped, essentially. Index out of bounds. Destroy anti. Yeah. Okay. Kind of strange how that is. Like negative 0.8 should just set it to like 20%. Oh, it's going upwards. Oh yeah, wait. So we should do like times projectile speed. Or no. It should be like this. Yeah, no, it should be like that. But the speed factor starts at 1. So if you take away 0.8, it should now be like 0.2, right? Yeah. And then this is just negative 500 times 0.2, which is like 100. So negative 100. And then the enemy velocity is added. Wait. The enemy velocity is added at which stage? Wait, it's not added. Oh, it was added here. But we're not calling this function anymore. 50. So it's even less. Okay. Yes. So what we can then do is we can say enemy system on spawn projectile and body velocity y is gonna be, we're gonna add. Oh, we don't have the. Oh, we don't have. We don't have the enemy. We don't have the owner. So you can solve this in two ways, or you can solve this in a way here. Well, I'm thinking about two ways. There's two ways I'm thinking about. So either you can add like a context here, so that we can add kind of like a closure to this function. So basically just extra a pointer to the enemy component or whatever you need, or this entity context here, whatever we need to be able to do this. Or wait, what was the other thing? Um, so either that or Oh yeah. Or we could add a component that is specifically for linking the projectile to its owner. And then we don't need to have a context there. That could be used in other ways as well. Sure, let's just do that. That's the least surgery needed here. So we're gonna have the owner is gonna be an entity context. We'll initialize with an owner. And entity context, we'll get this, return owner equal to owner. There we go. And then we'll add you to our list of components. And now we can add the owner. Oh, but here's the next issue. The owner is unknown here. This is when the projectile is spawned. This is where we can add things to the projectile, but we don't have the owner here. We have the item, but that doesn't have the owner in there. So, okay. So let's just add a context here, I guess. Context. Now we need to change all this here. And we need to also pass it in here. Maybe they should make like a generic like closure struct or something, which is like a it's just gonna be data paired with a function, where the first argument of the function is the data itself. Yes. So now you should get the enemy context. No. No, it's not enemy context, it's entity context. Okay, so the enemy body is going to be enemy context get body, and then body velocity y plus equal enemy body velocity. Probably also just this add with enemy body velocity. Okay, now you need a context, so that's gonna be the enemy. Great. And now you need context, which is the player, except we don't really need it, but because now I don't think player actually has velocity anymore. We could calculate the velocity, I guess, as well, though. Oh. Okay, so now when the enemy shoots, they should add the velocity of their own ship as well. What the hell is that? It has to be something with rate of fire. Oh my god. So how I might do this here is actually I might take a break and continue tonight, and then probably a little bit tomorrow. I'm not sure if I'm gonna stream that tomorrow or what I'm gonna do, but probably log on stream again tonight. I'm not gonna take a break now, I don't think. I want to actually finish off like some of these things here first, because I want to kind of leave this on a clean slate for me next time. This bug is bugging me. So when we shoot, let's do like shooting, rate of fire is, or well, cooldown. It's gonna be self cooldown. Okay, so when we get there, we can look for those messages, and there we go. There's jackpot already. -3. Yeah, that should do it. Right, because it's negative. We're trying, okay. Now, this should be like 1 minus the factor. I think that's more what we want. Or maybe not. Oh, it's gonna be a negative, like division by 0 here. Yeah, because this becomes 0. Unless, no, because this is... Okay, let's call you factor. No, that is the factor though. No, this should be fine. It's just that why would it get a negative factor? Because we're adding it, so we're adding like negative 0.5. So now the result should be 0.5. Let's get this back. So this is the cooldown. And then we have rate of fire factor. Great. How is it -5? I don't understand. We take 1, we add -5 to it. That should now be -5. Unless it's like happening several times. And this should be good. This should be okay. Wait, what? This doesn't make any sense. Stage random. No, yeah. Initialize. We are setting it to null. Yeah, so the items are not garbage data. Wait, but why is this not showing up? That is strange. This is definitely called. Oh, it's called when it's spawned, right? So it only called when if we have a weapon. When the enemy is spawned, right? Okay, well there's one. Couple more there. We should still get the one where they're negative. Hmm. There we go. Okay. Negative points, whatever, yeah. Ratify before 0.3, after 0.3? Oh, it wasn't changed. The shot cooldown wasn't changed. Can we get... Well, we know it's a machine gun. Oh, we can call cooldown on there. Well, that's the cooldown. Actually, this is the cooldown. But what we want is the rate of fire factor. Not sure when this happens, so I can't really reliably spawn this thing. So we kind of have to just deal with it here. No? There we go. Got it. Wait, I might know why this is happening, but maybe not. So before 1, after 0.5, cooldown 0.6, cooldown 0.3, cooldown. So that is correct, right? But when we're shooting, first it's actually correct, and then it goes into here. So some state is like corrupted or something. it only seems to happen sometimes as well, which is very strange. I mean, maybe it's different. It's actually different enemies. Okay, here we go. Here we go. So enemy did roof before 0. CD infinite. Okay, there's some corrupted data here. Also, this is also wrong. This might be corrupted as well, though. Zero infinite. Okay, what happens if we, for example, remove the init function here? That has to be a compiler now. Yeah, it is. Okay, good. I'm just trying to figure out why it would be corrupted. It's already corrupted here. Do we get the same enemy? Okay. Or I mean weapon. So you can see here, first we apply 0.5, 0.6. This is the same that we get the next time. So this iterator does not seem to work. One second here. Alright, I was like, someone is like banging the door or something. It's like, and I was like, it doesn't sound like someone came home or anything. And I picked out and took a look, and it was my cats. They were playing with a moth. So, okay, I'll let them have it. I don't want to be dealing with that. All right. So, for some reason, this weapon is like applied to, even if we're iterating. So I'm not sure if it's the iterator or if this is two different iterations happening. Like this, what function is this? This is when the enemy is spawned, so it could potentially be that the weapon is actually the same instance. We're applying to the same enemy definition. I know what's going on. Okay, I know what's going on. Okay, it's the group. Okay, so what's going on is here. Same enemy. You can hear it by the name. It's like we initialize it to a random enemy, right? But the underlying data is going to be the same. So we're setting this enemy here. But the problem is to like same enemy or else a new instance. But the problem is that some of the things in here, like the body slots here, this is not like copied. This is a pointer. So they're going to share the pointer to the same thing. So what we kind of need is like a clone function that will, you know, clone everything into a new instance. So I guess we could add that, a clone. And actually we need like allocator. No, god damn it. So we'll get a copy. Actually, this is probably a more safe way to do it. We'll do this, and we'll initialize each field separately. So slots will be, but we don't return it, I guess. The copy is gonna be this thing here. This is a this. Allocator, alloc, self, slots length, game item, try. Okay, and then we have the body type. This could just be copied directly. Why is that not working? What? Wait, that's not correct. Oh, there we go. Yes. And this is just an enum. Okay. And then we have to now populate the slots. So copy slots. Slots equals self Actually, we could do this self slots. So this is slot, this is new slot, and old slot. New slot is same as the old slot. And the items doesn't need to be copied or a clone, at least for now. Okay, now we could also add a clone here. Alright, penguin. And AI doesn't really have anything clonable. And then the rest of this stuff is just... I mean, this could really be... Whatever, let's just... that. Okay, so now we have a clone function. Now we can use that over here, and we can say when we do a group, we have the same enemy. I mean, this is a group enemy, right? Actually, yeah. So what we'll do, we'll add, okay, so what we'll do is actually we'll add a clone function here as well. Okay. And now we can say if we want to use the same enemy, we have to clone it. So actually... Oh, 1 second. Okay, let's continue a little bit, and I'll take a little break here and continue then in a couple of hours. I will continue until maybe 15 more minutes. Okay, so this will be like same enemy, or else the problem is if it is same enemy, we also want to clone it, but we don't want to clone it if it's init random. But whatever, let's just clone it here and get through this here. Right, we need to copy or return the copy here as well. There we go. So with that clone in place, now hopefully we won't get that same issue. So I think that should only happen when we have a group that gets a weapon, and then, well, a group of at least like, I guess 3. I guess 2 is enough as well, maybe, because then their weapon is like modified. Whoops. To that was not a group. There's a group. Okay, I think it's solved now. Okay, I need to work on a little bit on these waves here to make them a little bit more balanced. But yeah, and I need to fix the offsets of these anchor points as well. And also, I don't know why we get so much drops here from these guys sometimes. I'm starting to lag as well. I think it's because we're not actually removing any enemies. Okay, there we go. We have proof that it actually works now. We don't actually remove any entities that are like outside, so any enemy that goes out to on the bottom of the screen is still active and still shooting, and yeah, creating a whole bunch of stuff. Let's actually try modding the weapon. Now we can't really see the rate of fire or the damage. Well, actually we can see the damage. Oh, the damage is actually 1.2 now. Nice, so, you know, modding a weapon actually does work now. We don't really see that it has been modded unless we know the value here. So that could be fixed as well, but whatever. Okay. Game over. What? Oh, I must have collided with these ones. The entities... Okay, so a couple of things I need to write down here. Remove entities. This should probably be in MVP here, actually. Bugs. Small fixes. Remove entities. below bottom of the screen, except for the player. When advancing to the next level, remove all enemies and enemy projectiles. Okay. Yeah, but cool. Can we knock off anything here? The machine gun data. Now I'm gonna add another weapon, I think, as well. The shield we haven't done yet. Weapon mods. I would probably say that this is correct. Even, well, the only thing is like the balance thing. Rate of fire we actually do have. We don't have the graphics, but we do have the functionality. And also I added projectile speed here, but I'm not sure if we're gonna like implement that like fully. Enemies, we do have randomized enemies. We have a point system, and this all works, it seems. We have randomized items. We have a debuff that is happening. We have different we don't have different AI types, so that is one thing left for the enemies there. And of course balancing, so I'm gonna also add this here, balance waves. And I also want, so the point system here, points should also determine size of waves somehow. Okay, music and sounds we haven't done, ending screen we don't, this we don't, yeah. There we go. And this is like things that I originally planned but I pushed out. So out of scope for MVP here, which seems like a good thing now. Yeah, some of these might take might be quick fixes. Some of them might take longer, so it's still kind of unknown if I'm gonna make this here, and if I'm missing some kind of polishing, like, you know, adding tiny like explosions or, you know, some more effects to make it more appealing to look at. Maybe like, you know, when you move the player you get a little thrust animation. Maybe the enemies have more thrusting animation, you know, things like that. Maybe more interesting backgrounds, different kind of, you know, that kind of like polish there. But yeah, that's gonna be it for this time. Well, I'll probably log on in a couple of hours again. I definitely gonna continue working on the game until I'm out of time, basically. But yeah, I'll see you perhaps later, and yeah, have a nice day until then, and